Check my phone. Now. Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Okay, I can call you Adel, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so
We already
just
know
give
each other,
us.
so it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. So just give a few minutes. Other people are also going to join, so then we'll start introduction. Yeah,
Okay,
and the later point of time we can start.
okay, sounds good.
Yep. Who just joined, please? Meenakshi is there.
Yeah, this is me. Yep.
Yeah, I'm Meenakshi. So Adel just joined, so other people will be also joining. So let's wait for some more time.
Sure.
Sunil.
Hey Rahul, how are you? Good to be back with you.
Yeah, same to you. So we are waiting. Actually, few other the people are also going to join. Then we'll start. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Meenakshi, can you just call them? Maybe. Okay, people are coming. So let's wait.
Yeah, I'll just wait a few minutes and then I will call. I think
Okay.
I'm not sure. Oh, that might be Nasima. I'm not sure who that is.
Who just joined, please? I can see
Francisco.
Is it Francis?
Yes, I think he mentioned that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yep. So I think only Nasima left. Yeah.
Yes. Let me call her and I will let you know. Yep.
Okay. So guys, just hold for a few more minutes. So one more member need to join. So once she will also join, then we'll start the introduction on the rest of the sessions. Yep. Who just joined, please?
Hi, this is Bernie Carlin.
Yeah, hi, Bernie. So we are waiting for one of our one more member to join. Then we'll start. Yep.
Hey Rahul, I have left a message and sent a text as well, so you can proceed. If she joins, she joins. I haven't yet gotten any response from her though. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Meenakshi.
Yeah, bye.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so before we start, right? So the way I always start or discussing with the introduction. So I would prefer to go with that flow only. Okay, so the very first thing I'll start my introduction. I think you all mostly new for me. in my class. So, I'm taking these trainings from almost 2-3 years for the institute now. Okay. And if I'll give my, the current professional experience, it's almost, I'm working on 15-16 years in the industry. So it's not only that I'm doing the training, I'm working on the ground as well. Okay, so my current location is currently I'm in London. Okay, and I'm working for one of the investment bank here, very reputed investment bank. Okay, so both the things I used to do, the hobbies, or you can say the expertise, are mostly in the cloud. Then DevOps, SRE, uh, different platforms. You can say everything. The Ansible, Jenkins, all these things we are going to cover here. Okay, so that's what about me. I'll go one by one with you. So what sort of experience you have, and I would like to understand a bit understanding of cloud as well. What sort of experience you have in the cloud? Okay, if anyone have, if you don't have anything, that's also fine. Yeah. So hey Nasima, you got join. Probably you're on mute if you're talking. Okay, might be some audio issue she is facing. Okay, so we can go one by one. Maybe who wants to start first?
I guess I can go.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
I'm Adalberto De Pina. I'm here located in Boston, Mass. I've been in the field as a software developer for about 10, 12 years. And I decided to take the AWS solution and DevOps classes.
Right.
I have pretty much no experience with the AWS. So learning a lot from these classes.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so Nasima, you're able to hear me? Okay.
She's having issues. Oh, she's.
Yep. I just seen that. Okay, that's fine. Then let's go with next. Who wants to go next? Bernie?
Sure, I can go. My name is Bernie Carlin. I'm a Linux systems engineer. I work for MongoDB as a cloud operations engineer. I've been in some type of IT for the past like 15 years or so. I used to work for myself, like in installing Wi-Fi and point of sale systems in bars and restaurants a while ago. And then I got full-fledged into Linux cloud hosting when I worked at Linode. And then ever since then, I've been working my way up the corporate hellscape. And I wanted to take these classes because I was in between roles, and it seemed like a really great way to get some certifications and put actual qualification behind the things I can do.
Right. That's great, Bernie. And okay, so you're working for you said MongoDB, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any particular DevOps experience also you're carrying, Bernie?
Yeah. So at my last role at Tritium, I was using Chef and Ansible a lot. And we were just moving everything over into serverless architecture and working with containers. So I did some Kubernetes and I was working with Docker a lot, but I mean, I don't consider myself great at any of those things because I was self-taught in a lot of them. And I think I have a lot of bad habits, or I just think I just straight up just don't know some things. So I'm really looking forward to a formalized approach to learning it so that I can figure out what mistakes I've been making all along.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll try to cover it, Bernie. So as I said, it's pretty good because I'm not only the trainer, I'm working on the ground as well. So those experience also I'll try to share time to time. Yeah.
Great.
Okay, so who wants to go next? Nasima, between you got join, any fixing with your audio or something? No. Go ahead. Who wants to go next, please? Francis, maybe you? Francisco?
Yes, I am a computer scientist. I had been working like for 15 years with Java technologies, developing enterprise application mostly. I have some experience with microservices and deploying some applications to the cloud. And my interest in this course is about learning about the cloud, AWS, and DevOps. I have some experience creating pipelines, containerizing applications with Docker. I have experience with Jenkins, Concourse, which are pipelines frameworks, I believe.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it for
Yeah,
now.
that's fine. That's fine, Francis. So we'll try to formulate those things. Okay. So this one might be, few things will like Adel, for Adel, like whoever is coming from the AWS background, I will be starting from very basics. Okay. So let's suppose something, which you might think that that's very basic for you. So just please keep remember that it's the we are trying to cover it for everyone, right? So
Good.
that's why we'll try to cover it from basics
Sure.
to the higher levels as well. And focus would be, I would say that the mostly focus would be on the DevOps side. AWS plus DevOps, both we are going to cover. So AWS and DevOps toolings. I'll show you as well what we are going to totally cover, and day by day plans as well. I'm going to cover with you. Yeah. Okay. Who left? Sunil, you left.
Yeah, I can quickly jump. So my name is Sunil Prajapati. I'm out of Boston metro area. I have little over 20 years of IT experience. Mostly I was like hands-on coder with Java programming. Lately, I am like switching from on-premise to cloud technology, and I have taken one course with Rahul before. That was a very good course. It was on the AWS solution architect, and I'm glad I'm in the DevOps side now. That there's a lot of good things to learn here, so I'm here on for that purpose. And Rahul, thank you for the course again.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. Okay. Anybody got left? Nasima, I think Nasima is not able to hear us, so fine. Okay. So let me share my screen. The very first thing that I would, I'll show you that what we are going to cover, right? That's very important actually. So let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Yes.
Thank you. And hopefully you got my email as well, right? Everyone?
Yes.
I just sent it.
I did not get it. Let me check.
Oh,
Yeah, I got
yeah,
it.
sorry, Sunil, you were not part of that. Okay, so give me a moment. Can you just share your email ID here, Sunil? I can copy you.
Sure, I will put it in the chat window here.
Yep.
It is really my name.
I'll copy you just after this class. I'll copy you. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And I'll make sure that the further communication which is going that will be copied. You'll be copied there.
Thank you.
Okay. So so before we start, right? So what exactly we are totally I think the outliner, of course, you might have already in your inbox from the uh, from them. Okay. So what I'm going to cover, it here actually. Basically, we have 10 days class, right? So 4 day would be there for 4 hours per day. So total 40-hour class will be there. There will be some breaks also. We will be keep on taking in the mid. Okay. So basically, the total coverage that we are going to complete it here. This is the plan that we have actually. This is the total plan that we have that we are going to cover it actually. So day one, you can see here, day one, day two, Okay, day 3. In this way, we will be covering most of the things. Okay, so what exactly things are there which we are going to cover actually? If roughly idea I want to give you, so this detail, the course curriculum also I'll share with you. But before that, if I'll just give you the idea, right, what all the things. So you can see here, day 1 will be, so today will be a bit boring for you people. Yeah, so because mostly I'll be covering introduction to what cloud computing. Because why, as I said, right, why the cloud computing is the baseline that we are going to use, right? Based on the cloud computing itself, we are going to further jump on the DevOps toolings itself. So first day would be on the mostly on the cloud computing and AWS introduction. People who are coming from the AWS solution architect class, they might be already aware on the similar kind of document, almost similar, because both the class, ideally, in the past I used to take actually. So the similar documentation would be there, but just bear with me. Yeah. So I'll try to, just repeat your knowledge again. Yeah. So that's so first day would be the completely AWS and the introduction. If you have your AWS account set up, that's fine, good enough. If you don't have, I'll help you out to set up that account and make sure that your all the prerequisite software and everything you have. If you already have, that's that's the best, right? So if you don't have, don't worry about it. I'll help you out. Okay, so that's the first day. The second day would be DevOps, some Linux, understanding, then some security in the AWS. Again, I know the DevOps might be new for you. Then Linux, few people might be very good in the Linux, because I heard that the Bernie is working as a Linux system administrator. So a lot of some few of are coming from that background. If you're not coming, doesn't matter. Okay, so Linux is not the core focus of this class. Actually, the class focus is DevOps. Now, why Linux and AWS is required? Because I told you, right, so DevOps is building around these technologies. Okay, Linux will be always there whenever you go in a DevOps. Linux will be always there. Okay, it's not 100% true, I would say, that the Windows is not there, but Linux, mostly you will see the combination of cloud, Linux, and DevOps. Okay, so that's why a brief information I'll try to give you on Linux. And then DevOps, then proper DevOps from the day 3 basically will start. So that the DevOps is mostly about the tooling. So I'll try to cover that Docker. Then on day 4, you can say some AWS technologies will be again covered. Okay, I don't want to bore you with the bombarding of all the DevOps tooling in daily. So I try to make a balance, right? So day 3 would be a Docker day. Okay, where we'll cover the Docker. If anyone of you feeling that the Docker, the name itself is very new for you, don't worry about it. Okay, because I heard some of the people are saying that they have experience, so for them it's fine. But some of you, if it's completely new for you, don't worry about it. Yeah. Then day 4 is will be the AWS day. Some AWS services will explore. Day 5 would be Terraform. That's also one of the DevOps tool. Okay, and GitHub as well. GitHub you must have heard here and there. Even though if you don't heard, don't worry about it. Day 6 would be the Puppet and Ansible. These are also DevOps tools that we will cover. Day 7 will be the AWS tooling again, AWS networking, provisioning, and the monitoring. All these things we are going to cover. Day 8, we will contribute completely to the Kubernetes. I heard that some of you are already working, did some sort of exploration in the Kubernetes. We'll try to set up at least the cluster, and we'll try to give you the environment where you can play around. I'll share with the my knowledge as well, what experience, how it works in some production, and how actual environments and how the big infrastructure teams are utilizing it. on the ground. So those things I'll try to cover it. Then Jenkins and the pipelines, that will be covered on the 9th day, and 10th day would be examinations, Agile, Jira, these things will be covered. Yeah. So that will be the entire plan that we are going to cover one by one. I know that so don't be worried about it. Something got spilled over. Let's suppose for day one, I'm trying to cover something and something got left out. I'll cover it on the next day. Okay. So how, I'll picturize, how I'll plan this course in that way that I'll try to I'll try to give you the information. Then the labs, I'll try to make sure that you have it. Next day morning, daily I'll give you 10-15 minutes in the morning hours. So if you anyone now, if you are trying something, if you get stuck something, I'll help you out. Okay. Apart from that as well, if let's suppose somebody stuck somewhere, they need some separate help, because it's a team game, right? So I cannot give a lot of time for one a particular one person. So if you're still facing some issue, separately I'll I can sit with you for half an hour and sort it out. I think Nasima got joined now. I heard some sound. Okay, so I think I have just given introduction from my side. Anyone have any question?
No.
Thanks, Adel. Anything you have, anything you're thinking that there's some different way, something you feel bored, you feel any excited, anything? Okay, so I always believe that I'll always keep asking. Okay, don't I'll always keep asking guys. So it's just so that you'll be involved here. Okay. Okay, so let's start the day one. Yeah. Okay, so as I said, right, so what we are going to start is, okay, I hope everyone is there. Yep. Okay, all have all is there, right? Okay, so the very first thing that I would like to start is introduction to cloud computing, right? So okay, so I think most of you have already just. So anyone of you would like to say something, anything that you understand about cloud computing, any in your language, layman. If you think anything that you can tell me about cloud computing, what exactly do you understand with the cloud computing? I'm not talking about AWS, Azure, Google Cloud or anything. I'm just talking about the terminology. When the very first thing is coming in your mind when we are talking about the cloud computing. Anyone? Any thoughts?
Internet.
Good. Try. Anyone else?
I just think of it as an ecosystem that allows you to rent time and compute on someone else's server infrastructure so that you don't have to make large capital investments on equipment and electricity on your own, and you can just use what you need, and that's it.
Yeah, that's very close to the definition. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, so that's very nice, actually. Very nice definition you have given, actually. So okay, so why I'm trying to see whenever you're going for examination. Okay, so okay, when we are talking about examination, anyone trying anyone going for any attempting any examination after this class? Anyone intended to go for what certification you're preparing after this, or you're expecting me to suggest?
Yeah, I'm going for both solution architect and DevOps.
Okay, Sunil. Anyone else?
I'm going for both as well.
Okay. 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 So one thing, I would like to, clear. If you're going for AWS solution architect is fine. Okay. But if you're going for AWS DevOps, right? AWS DevOps professional, that's a bit tricky and bit different. Okay. I'll give you the, if you want, I'll give you the detail of it. But because I have given that examination, I think in 2021, yeah, in December last year, actually, I've given that DevOps examination. So it's a bit different. There are a lot of other things are also there. So I'll give you solution architect is fine. You can attempt it. Yeah. For AWS DevOps, there are a bit different toolings are there because, in this course, actually, we are going to touch all the tooling, actually DevOps tooling, which is very important. They are mostly being utilized actually in the industry. If you talk about like Jenkins, it's very common, right? Docker, Kubernetes, okay, these things are being utilized everywhere. Terraform. So for interview perspective, and if you're trying to learn these toolings, I'll make sure that you got the recent my experience as well as the industry, what in the industry is going on. Those things I'll try to help you. Okay. For AWS DevOps, there are some certain things are needed that I'll separately cover. Okay. In maybe later days. Yeah. So okay, so I was on the cloud computing, basics. So I was saying that why it's very important, right? Cloud computing basics, because if you're going for any examination, let's suppose AWS solution architect, AWS DevOps, even though if you're trying for, Azure, right, or Google certification, any of the Google Cloud certifications, okay, so there are some basic questions which will be asked everywhere. Why I'm saying again, I'll tell you, right, I'm telling you from my experience. I have given examination of the Azure as well as the Google as well. Okay, and I know that some of the basic questions are there that they are going to ask actually. Okay, so I'll keep highlighting, okay, when I'll talk about this entire slide. Okay, and this is going to be very important, guys. Yeah, this the big chapter is there. I'll take time and brief it, but this is very important because it will be asked in all the examinations. Okay, and I will try to make sure that the basics are good. So if the basics you're good in the basics, so later point of time you can utilize it in any cloud, right? Later, let's suppose you join somewhere, because these days multi-cloud features are running most of the places. Okay, so if the multi-cloud features are coming, the same fundamentals are the similar everywhere. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so what we are going to cover the cloud computing basics. Okay, so what is cloud computing, why we are using it, what different characteristic I would say. Okay, because of that we are using, because the like where I'm currently working, I told you, right, I work for a bank here. So there as well, most of the things are still in the pipeline. Some of the things are running in on premises, some of the things are running in the cloud, and people are talking, right, why you want, let's suppose tomorrow I'll go to my manager, I'll say that okay boss, this application is there that need to be run in the cloud, right? The very first thing he will ask why, right? So that we'll try to get that answer of why. Okay, that why we'll try to answer it. We'll try to get the answer from here. Okay, so I think that the first set of slide from where you can get that answer of why. Okay, and then the second one will be there are different service models. Okay, so okay, the first section will give you the answer of why cloud computing. The second section will tell you how, right? The another question will be, okay, let's suppose your manager agreed. Okay, go ahead with the cloud. Now the question would obvious question would be how to implement it, right? What to do. Okay, so that answer we will try to find it from here. Service and deployment models, how you can deploy your cloud, what you can do, all those things will, will try to source the answer of whatever the hows are there. That answer will try to find it from here. Yeah. Okay, so the very first thing, what is cloud computing? Yeah, so there are three questions are there. First would be what cloud computing, why cloud computing, and how cloud computing. Yeah, so these three things we are going to cover. There are a lot of things are there. Just be focused. Whatever we are going to discuss it right away, these things are common across all the platform. Okay, so any cloud that you are implementing, these are the common, even though sometimes, in my organization we are talking about some private cloud as well. Okay, so I'll come on the private cloud and public cloud. If you know already about it, that's good. If you're not aware about it, don't worry about it. I'll tell you what private cloud and uh, what public cloud is. Okay, first of all, we'll try to understand the cloud computing. Then things can be separated in a different terms. Okay, so the definition, what definition say? Okay, so these things people say. Okay, we'll come on the proper definition. Yeah, so what proper definition say? Cloud computing is a model for enabling convenient on-demand network access to shared pool of configurable computing resources. Okay, so that could be network, server, storage, application, service that can be rapidly provisioned and released with the minimum management effort or service provider interactions. Okay, so looks to be very complicated. Yeah, I'll try to simplify it. Okay, so now let's take some examples, right? So let's think about this laptop itself, my laptop, right? So my laptop is currently running, I think, with Core i5. Yeah, and with 8 GB or 16 gig of RAM. Okay, and some might be 512 or 1 TB of hard drive. Right, there are a lot of other things are in any computer, but these are the minimum thing that we see the specification, right? Whenever we go to the any specification, this is the main thing that we look, right? RAM, hard drive, and processor, right? So these three things are running. Now let's suppose tomorrow I got some new work. Okay, maybe think about I need to play some game. Okay, so obviously if I'm going to play a game on my laptop, this is not good enough, right? Whatever the resources are there, that's not good enough. Okay, I need extra resource, extra RAM. I could need extra CPU or extra hard drive, right? So provisioning of those things, provisioning of resources is not so easy. Do you agree? Right? So, think about the in laptop. If I ask you to install extra 8 GB of RAM in your laptop, that's very painful job, boss, right? You have to open that entire chassis and then install a new RAM, and that only possible if there are extra slots are available on your boards, motherboard of your laptop. If it is not available, then anyway that's not possible, right? So why I'm saying you, I'm just giving you the example real time. Actually, mainly this is why this problem got occurs, that the when the servers, when I'm talking about earlier, like, right now as well, data centers are there, but uh, what exactly problems are there in the data center when we talk about data centers actually? So in data centers, we have servers are there, but the similar kind of problems are there. Physical machines are running, right? If I need to, scale in, if I need to increase their capacity, it's very painful job, right? Physical arrangement and so that's provisioning of resources. That's called a provisioning of resources actually. Okay. Same time, if I talk about the provisioning of entire server as well, that is also very painful job, right? Now let's how I'm giving an example. Let's suppose the similar example you can take my laptop, right? My laptop is running on Windows right now, okay, and I need, let's suppose I need Linux also to be running on the same machine. That's tough, isn't it? Right? Now if you're using the virtualization concept, okay, if you're using the virtualization concept, that using that concept actually, this same laptop can be splitted into the multiple operating system. Okay, so smaller pieces we can split them and run. So same concept in the cloud actually, they can use the servers as well. So now provisioning of resources is very easy when you go in a cloud. Okay, and provisioning of servers, that is also very easy. Okay, so it's not limited to servers only. So this is just a very basic thing I'm giving you to so that you can understand it. They have they have expanded to the everywhere. Okay, so any services you need, any application, storage, database, whatever whatever you need, everything they will provide you on the virtualized basis. And one thing you have to understand, in cloud, there is no physical concept. It's all virtual. Okay, it's all virtual. Okay, so you can see what Wikipedia also saying. So cloud computing is internet-based computing whereby shared resources, software, information are provided to computer and other devices on demand, like electricity grid. Okay, so you can see here, right? Why I'm saying electricity grid. So you know how electricity grid work. Okay, electricity grid means one place, all the electricity will be there wherever demands, right? Let's suppose Boston have some demands, then Virginia, Northern Virginia have some demands. So whatever the places have the demands, electricity will be distributed depending on the need, right? And so in the same way, the cloud computing as well, cloud, the combination you can understand in a way that the one place where you have all your electricity, means all your servers, networks, storage you have at one place. Whoever needs it, give them. Okay, on the basis of charges, whatever the charges you have fixed it, depending on that charges, you will just assign it. Okay. There are a lot of things are there, a lot of benefits, a lot of characteristics that we are going to talk about one by one. But hopefully you got some idea of, if you already have it, that's fine. Anyone have any question on only on the cloud? Anything that you didn't understand, I'm more than happy to try to conceptualize the things again. All good? Okay. Looks like you're making face such kind of, hopefully no, right?
That's true. And if we can go back to the 2 slides, I had one question on that. I think maybe I missed.
That this guy is saying what this this guy is telling here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. That's jokes apart. That's so bad. Okay, so we'll try to cover. Don't worry about it. I know it's not rocket science that cannot be. You're already working here. We'll try to just smoothen, and I'll try to give you a path actually how we can. I'll if anyone of you needs some idea for interview and all those things I'll also help you out, because those things I'm already being part of it. Okay, so I'll talk about on the properties and characteristics. Okay, this is very important. As I said, right, this entire slide is very important. If someone is going for examination, the reason, because I told you examination, AWS examination or any cloud computing examination is totally theoretical base. There is no practical questions they are going to ask. Okay, so they will ask you totally on the theoretical questions. Okay, when I'm saying a theoretical questions, so it's a similar kind of, right? Why cloud computing? How cloud computing? What is cloud computing? Right? All these and all the answers of these questions they're going to uh, seek from you. Okay, so those similar thing we will be talking here. Okay, now one thing is here that why, right? That's first we discussed, right? Why cloud computing? That's first thing that we are going to search it here. Okay, so basically, if you're going to talk about your manager, okay, okay, your manager, Alex, suppose any of your customer, okay, you are giving a solution to them, okay, so that what kind of how you're going to implement, right? So basically, most of the time, if you're already working in the cloud, you must be aware, and if you're not working, so there are two type of works are there, right? So consultation work, AWS solution architect basically will give you opportunity to become as a consultant. Okay, consultant means you'll give you advice, right, how you can implement. Okay, then implementing on the ground. So I personally, if I talk about myself, I used to do both the work, like I'll give you today's example, right? So there is a application called Elasticsearch. Okay, that's also one of the DevOps analytic application is there. So that was running in-house in our organization where I'm currently working. So I have given my manager advice that why can't we move to the cloud? Okay, so obvious, that's very obvious question was from him. Why you want to move, right? So you have to then, if he's asking why you want to move, you have to give some characteristic. You have to give some. You have to show some data, right? So what is good? Why you want to move there? Okay, what is not here? What you'll get there, right? So the similar kind of answers we'll try to get it from here. That the what is cloud computing? We got to know now why cloud computing. Okay, and what we are going to get the benefit. Okay, so there are five main sections are there that we are going to cover. Remember that it's 84 pages slides are there. 84 sorry, yeah, 84 pages are there in this total slide. I'm not going to cover each and every one. The most important thing I'll pick. Okay, but again I'm repeating you the documentation that I'm going to share you, that's a huge. Okay, for me in 10 days covering entire documentation is almost impossible. I've tried to cover as much as information in the documentation so that you can put some effort, okay, read about it, okay, and that's why I'm saying daily I'll be available in the morning. Even though if you need, I can extend myself for half an hour after the class. If you have any questions, I can sit with you, okay. So just go through the documentation, okay, and if you have any questions, feel free. I'll be available all the 10 days, even though I used to be available for my students later point of time as well. So if you have something, you can connect me over email, phone, whatever way. Okay, so there are 5 major properties why cloud need to be used, why any of the cloud computing we can use. Now, if you focus one thing, I'm not utilizing the word of AWS, right? I'm not using because I'm not talking about AWS for now. It's only proper cloud computing, the basics, base of the cloud computing I'm talking about. Okay, AWS, these are the cloud providers actually. AWS, Google, then Oracle, then there are a lot, right? Pivotal, Cloud Foundry. Okay, there are a lot of companies are there. They are just a cloud providers actually. Okay, so basic cloud computing, basic characteristic that I'm going to talk about, and that's what I said. Again, I'm repeating. Most of the questions will be coming from here. I'll keep giving you the hints as well, ideas as well, which kind of questions can come. I have, I think, some, the question dumps as well. I'll share those things as well with you. Okay, so if I talk about the characteristic, there are 4-5 things are there. I'll not cover that entire thing, but like, the first one is the scalability and elasticity, availability, reliability, performance optimization, manageability, interoperability, and accessibility and portability. Okay, so these are 5 major characteristic of their, of any cloud platform. Okay, so I'll not cover entire thing. I'll try to cover 2-3. Okay, and I'll try to. Okay, now this is very important. Okay, when you go for examination, they will, how they can ask you. Okay, they can ask you. Okay, say any of the cloud platform is there, they will say, okay, this is the cloud platform. Okay, what characteristic do you think that the cloud platform can have? Or maybe they will ask you in some different way. They will put you in some situation. They will ask you that this blah blah blah, some customer is there and you have to convince him to move to the cloud. Okay, what are the properties that you will suggest? So there are 4-5 options are there. You might have to choose 2-3 out of it. Okay, so these questions will be coming very oftenly, and I have seen that the 10-15% is for sure. If you go in any examination, the properties and characteristic will cover 10-15% of question. 10% of minimum. I've seen that a lot of questions are coming. Okay, so the very first one that we'll try to cover. Okay, service level agreement. These are just a documentation part. I hope you'll go through. That's nothing. SLA is nothing but service level agreement. It's a bit the contract which will sign which is being signed between the cloud providers and the customer. Customer means I will be like I or you, whoever is using cloud platform, they are as a they are as a customer. They are as a customer, right? So so the very first one is scalability and elasticity that we are going to talk about. Okay, now why I have chosen the scalability and elasticity very first one, because this is very important one actually. Okay, this is very important, and I would say wherever you heard, okay, many times the question will be coming. They will they will try to ask you the question from the some different way. Okay, some different way that the this how it is going to work, what exactly benefit and all those things. If you read the scalability or elasticity, if you read elasticity anywhere, that word, it means that's a property of a cloud. Okay, so blindly you can pick that one. Okay, I'll talk about on the scalability and elasticity. Okay, So scalability, right? So what definition say? A desirable property of a system, a network, or a process which indicates its ability to either handle growing amount of work in a graceful manner or to be readily enlarged, right? So in a simple term, if I would say scalability, right? Scalability means something which can be scaled. Scaled means something which can be increased or decreased, right? So now, uh, example, if I'll try to give you, um, okay, let's see the let's talk about on the AWS itself, right? AWS AWS itself. Now, when I'm talking about AWS sales, right? Not sorry, I'm really sorry. It's not AWS. I'm talking about Amazon. Okay, let's talk about Amazon. Okay, now you know that the whenever there is a winters, right? During Christmas, there is a a lot of sales are happening, right? And these Amazon will be full busy in that winters, right? December and January month. Okay, you know that the what will happen, generally demand will be very high, right? Demand will be generally very high during the during that period of time. Okay, so how you can how you can tackle the demand. Let's suppose, I'm just saying, let's suppose general traffic on Amazon website is 10,000. Yeah, and during that winters the traffic is coming around 30,000. I'm just giving you the example. It must be in the millions, obviously, but I'm just giving you some numbers so that you can understand. 10,000 is the general number, and 30,000 is the number which is coming during the winters, right? Now, if I forget about cloud computing, what is the solution we have? Because the servers that you have now, let's talk about the similar example, my laptop. Let's take an example that my laptop itself is running with the Amazon. Okay, and my laptop is configured to tackle the the 10,000 request, right? Whatever the 10,000 request is coming, my laptop will be able to tackle. Okay, now what if there is a 30,000 web requests are coming on my laptop? Obviously my laptop will be crashed, right? Either the second solution is I need to increase my resources, right? CPU, RAM, and etc. Okay, that's fine. I did my pre-work. I know that the winters are coming. Okay, and I have increased my resources of my laptop, right? That's fine. My winter's gone, all my sales done. I got my own profit. Yeah. But what in December when the traffic got again normal? Do you think that the okay, you have been enlarged your resources, but do you think is it feasible to again decrease it? No, right? Generally, people will go with the same resources for throughout the year so that next year it can be again utilized, right? Now think about what you're losing. You're losing for billing of your resources. Your resources are not being utilized for entire year, right? And you're just keep on waiting. And if you think that okay, I'll take it out, and then I'll add it again in the December. That's again going to be very hectic work, right? So in both way, actually, in both way, cloud computing will give you on-demand resources. Okay, when I'm saying on-demand resources, okay, I will say, okay, I'm running my laptop, I'm running a Amazon.com on my laptop, right? I will say to any of the any of the cloud computing providers. Okay, it can be Google, it can be Azure, it can be AWS. I'll tell them, okay, boss, I know that my load is going to be increased in December and January. So only for 2 months, I need extra 200% resources. Okay, and in February, I'll hand it over to you. That's fine. They will say, okay, that's fine, go ahead.
Okay, and it's very straightforward. It's very straightforward. Now how that can be done, we are not talking about these things right away, right? We are not trying to get the answer of how. Okay, we are just trying to get the answer of why cloud computing. So scalability is one of the major reasons. Whenever you want to be the number of servers or any number of resources should be increased, that can be increased, and whenever you want it to be decreased, that will be decreased as well. Okay, and you just have to pay what you use, pay as you go. That's very famous, from the cloud computing, pay as you go. You just have to pay what you're using, nothing else. So even though if you think that okay, my usage is going to be increased for 3-4 days, fine. Like a simple example, right? So my laptop was running with the plain thing. There was nothing going on. Now I'm taking some trainings, right? Some Zoom is running, some websites are running. Okay, so some load is increased. Okay, so if I want to increase, if I'm running my laptop on a cloud, just for example's sake, so if I'm running on my laptop on a cloud, what I would say, okay, take a 30% extra resources during this training period, and I'll hand over once the training is over. So simple for me, right? I don't have to purchase that entire hardware or entire laptop for myself, and I don't have to sell it out after the training as well, or I don't have to keep it with me as well, right? I just have to pay, rent it, just utilize it and hand over to them. It's so simple. And mostly, it is available on the on-demand as well. On-demand means whenever you ask, they will be they will be able to provide. Okay. So any question on the scalability? Scalability is very important feature actually. So if anyone have any question, you can ask. Anyone? Okay. So you're able to hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. Sometime, I didn't get any answer, so I thought that it should not happen that only I am speaking.
Yeah, that's the thing with these Zoom calls. We are not in the same room, so yeah, right. But yeah, no, we are with you. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so that's first thing, scalability. Okay, the next one is elasticity. Okay, we'll talk about elasticity, then we'll take a break. Okay, so what is elasticity? I would say scalability and elasticity are cousins. Yeah, so why I'm saying it? Okay, so scalability, as I said, right? So whenever you want to increase, you can increase. Whenever you want to decrease, you can decrease, right? Now elasticity. Okay, elasticity is a very important word again, because you will hear this elasticity everywhere. Okay, so when I'm saying elastic, right? Elastic is a common word, a common name, right? That's not related to cloud computing or something. What the what the funda behind elastic is, what the property of elastic, basically I would say that if you increase it, if you try to if you try to increase the length of elastic, it can be increased till certain limit, right? You can stretch it, and if you leave it, it will try to come in its own shape, whatever the shape was earlier, right? That's the elasticity, means you can stretch it till some certain level. Okay, that's a basically a elasticity, right? So whenever there is a need,
whenever there is a need, you can stretch it to the certain limit. Okay, similar kind of features the cloud computing are also providing now. How you can relate it? Simple example. Again, I'll come on my laptop, right? And don't bother about it, because I'm keep on giving you some examples. I'm trying to just we'll come on the cloud as well. I'll show you, like, when we'll start working on the AWS, why I'm saying it's elastic, why I'm saying that it's scalable, right? So uh, the elasticity means something that you can stretch, right? So a simple example, right? Simple example, I say that the hard drive, right? So let's suppose there is a hard drive in my laptop, right? I have limited hard drive to the 500 gig or 1 TB. I cannot extend my data, right? If I have to go for the further 1 TB, what will happen? It will say out of space. Yeah, but that's not true in the cloud computing. They will provide you a space. They will provide you a space and on-demand space. So let's suppose I am running 1 TB. I have taken already 1 TB, and I need some more space. I need some more space to be added. Okay, I can ask them. And they will provide to you. Okay, they will provide to you, and you can easily increase it to the 2 TB, 3 TB, 4 TB, whatever you need it. Okay, depending on the your need. Okay, so that's why I'm saying it's elastic. Actually, it can be stretched. Any of the resources, either you need RAM, either you need storage, either you need database, either you need servers itself, network, whatever you need, that can be stretched. Okay, that's why we are calling it as a elastic. That's a elastic actually in a nature. Okay, we'll talk about once I'll be in the AWS platform. I'll start showing you. I'll brief you again. Okay, what is elastic? Okay, so okay, so there are a few other things are there, like in scalability and elasticity, dynamic provisioning, and multi-tenant design. Two different things are there by how you can achieve actually. Like when I'm saying that the scalability and elasticity needs to be achieved, how it can be achieved? It can be achieved using dynamic provisioning and uh, multi-tenant design. Okay, I'll just give you the quick walkthrough as well. What is dynamic provisioning, how it can be utilized, and the multi-tenant design as well. Both are important actually, how you can achieve the scalability and elasticity. Okay, so but before that we'll take a break, right? So let's have some break and meet again in 7-8 minutes. Yeah,
Okay, sounds good.
let's grab some coffee.
Yeah, good idea. Yes.
Yeah.
4 p.m. here. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See you soon.
For how long did you say, Raul?
7-8 minutes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I'm back. Let me know once you're back. Can we start?
Share from my side.
Francis, you back? Okay. Let's start. I think people will be joining. Just give one more minute. Okay. So let's start. Okay. So as I said, right? So what we are talking about. Let me just go a bit back. This is the one, right? So okay. So we are talking about here, right? So scalability and elasticity, both we discuss, right? Scalability and elasticity, both we discuss. Now, how we can achieve, okay? So dynamic provisioning and these two things we are going to discuss, okay? Then we'll talk about availability and reliability as well, right? So similar thing we'll try to cover. Okay, dynamic provisioning, right? So dynamic provisioning means a simple terms. I would say that whenever there is a need, you can uh, create the servers. You can create the servers. You can create the a network. All these things. Okay. Now, when I'm saying a dynamic provisioning, dynamic means something. Uh, let's suppose there is auto scaling, right? When I'm saying auto scaling, okay, I think this auto scaling thing you will not be able to understand right away. Might be if someone of you already working, then you might be able to correlate it immediately. But auto scaling, I'll basically this dynamic provisioning is being utilized in the auto scaling concept actually. Okay, so auto scaling concept, I'll not brief it right away because I don't want to be complicated further. Okay, so dynamic provisioning, just simple thing is need understand whenever there is a need, if dynamically it can be created, right? Whenever there is a need, you create the servers. Whenever it's not needed, you just decompose it Okay, again create it. So these are the dynamic numbers, right? Depending on the numbers, you are increasing. Depending on the depending on the need, you're decreasing as well. Okay, so that's one concept. That's one concept how the scalability is being achieved, right? Because scalability is directly proportion to the dynamic provisioning, right? How you achieve the scalability. When I'm saying scalability, remember what I said. Meaning of scalability means whenever there is a need, increase the number of servers, and whenever there is a need, decrease. Now, how you can achieve it? You can achieve it via dynamic provisioning. Now, how we can do the dynamic provisioning, that we'll talk about when we'll talk about the auto scaling. Just remember these things. I'll brief you when I'll be talking about auto scaling. Okay, multi-tenant design. Next one is the multi-tenant design. Okay, how elasticity is being achieved, right? That's a good question. Elasticity, I brief you, right? I can stretch it. But how exactly multi-tenant is being designed? Okay, what about the virtualization concept? Are everyone is aware about the virtualization concept? Virtualization. Any idea? Anyone?
Yeah, virtualization means like one spinning up like additional virtual machines from the same hardware, like
Yep.
VMware that we use sometimes to run different operating system on one mother operating system.
That's correct. That's correct, Sunil. So basically, uh, okay. So this one is not part of your class. I just prepared actually. I think last time I was briefing someone in the class, so I just prepared it. Okay, I think I might have. Okay, I think I've already shared with you. Okay, I'll just try to brief you the virtualization. Okay, virtualization. Then same time I'll cover you multi-tenant design as well. Remember where we are. This is the another document. This is the file called virtualization that I've opened. This one is part of. This must be part of your the first day document that I have sent to you. There must be 4 different documentation: virtualization, scalability, okay, introduction to cloud, and AWS introduction. So the first one we are covering right away. Introduction to cloud. I've just opened the virtualization so that you can understand, right? So we are here in the multi-tenant design we are talking about. So before multi-tenant design, you should understand what is the virtualization concept, because it's similar. It's attached to each other actually. Okay. So we'll discuss about the virtualization first, and then we'll discuss about the multi-tenant design as well. Okay, so what is the virtualization? How virtualization covers? I think you might be already aware, but that's fine. It's my duty to cover it from my side actually. So I'll just cover it again. Okay, because 2 of the people are listening mode as well, so they are not here to ask the questions. So I'll just cover for everyone. Okay, how the virtualization concept is very old actually. Okay, so virtualization concept is got started way before the uh, cloud computing came actually. Okay, so cloud computing basically based on the concept of virtualization itself. Okay, so when I'm saying virtualization, right, how the virtualization works actually. Okay, now you can see here. Okay, so let's suppose I got 3 of the hard drive, right? 10 GB, 10 GB, 10 GB. Okay, maybe 3 of the RAM, 3 RAM I got installed. Okay, 3 laptop. Think about 3 laptop I got it. Okay, might be, let's suppose you guys only. Okay, so 3 of the students, they have their own 3 laptop. They have just kept it together, put it into sharing mode. Okay, and each are running with 1 TB of hard drive, okay, and 10 GB of RAM, right? Now, what will happen if individually they are running? If they are individually running, okay, then they are 10 GB of RAM each, right? You cannot combine together and utilize it. Now, what is the way out of it? Let's suppose, I need, bigger RAM size to run my application. Okay, let's suppose 20 GB I need. Okay, so on any of this laptop, that's not possible if you talk about individual, right? If let's suppose your application is there, which need to be running on 20 gig of RAM, okay, then any of your laptop is not going to help. But what is the way out? So way out is if you can use the virtualization concept. If you use the virtualization concept, the virtualization concept can help you to see all the physical resources at one place actually. Okay, so how it happened? So the word hypervisor is one of the software actually. Hypervisor is one of the software. Using this hypervisor and hypervisor is one of the software that if we use this hypervisor software and we'll try to install on any of these machines, on any of one machine, okay, and just make sure all three are connected to the internet or network to each other. Okay, so then what will happen? Your machine, the base machine where you have installed your hypervisor, this hypervisor will make a layer. Okay, will make a layer. So what will happen? The total resources will be calculated in this way. So all these 10 GB, 10 GB, 10 GB will be get added. It will be called as a 30 GB of RAM and 3 TB of hard drive, because 1 TB, 1 TB and 1 TB, right? Now what happened? I have a shared pool of configurable resources, right? I have a bunch of resources at here. Now, if someone is saying I need 20 gig of RAM for my hard drive or for my application, and if I need 2 TB of hard drive for my better performance of better platform I need for my application to be running, I can achieve it from here. But similar thing, even though I have three different resources, I cannot utilize it, right? Without virtualization concept. Agree? Right? So these are this is the benefit actually. This is the benefit that how how we can achieve the virtualization.
So those are like clones running in the hypervisor or wherever the hypervisor is running, no?
Sorry, what did you say?
Those are like clones of our application running different instances on hypervisor or wherever hypervisor runs.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now it's not only that a bigger platform that we can achieve from here. It's not only bigger platform that we can achieve here. If we want to start a smaller machines as well. Let's suppose from this shared pool, I want to create another 2 GB of RAM and 2.5 0.25 TB of hard drive. Small computers, right? That possibility is also there that I can easily create from here. Okay, so multiple. This is the way actually your cloud. So this section is cloud. This section, the topper section. Okay, so if let's suppose this is the virtualization concept. Now, if I say where exactly your cloud, okay, so basically if you go there, okay, this entire section is being covered by cloud providers. Okay, this is something AWS manage. Okay, and this one is something that we manage as a customer. Okay, This is something that the customer, we manage creating resources and etc. And the down the line, physical machines. Okay. And on top of this physical machine, installation of these softwares and all, this is something that AWS manage. And they will, after all these things, they will give you this playground where you can create your machines, right? That's why they are saying that the on-demand resources you can create, whatever numbers of resources you need, whatever the machines you need, just go and ask AWS. Okay, they will provide to you. Because they have this shared pool actually, right? And how they have created this shared pool? By using this virtualization, similar virtualization concept. Okay, so they have physical machines running data centers, different data centers. We'll talk about on that thing as well, what they are called, where the data centers are located, everything. Okay. So they have their data centers, physical servers running. Out of physical servers, they have managed this softwares. Okay, hypervisor, and then this playground we can access. We can go and create whatever whatever we need to create. Okay. Sorry, one more thing I need to discuss about the multi-tenant design, right? So now, what exactly the multi-tenant design? Okay, so when I am saying multi-tenant design, right? The name itself suggests tenant, right? Tenants. Okay, tenant means if I'll say simple, say servers, virtual servers. Okay, virtual servers. Okay, tenants means a simple way I'll say that just consider it as a virtual server. Okay, so when I'm saying a multiple virtual servers, multi-tenant design. Multi-tenant means multiple, like in the layman term, if you forget about a cloud computing, right? Multi-tenant design means where multiple tenant can live, right? It means that when I'm saying one hard drive is there, one physical machine is there. On this physical machine, there is a possibility of creating multiple virtual machines, right? Okay, let me just brief you in some other way. Okay, so when I'm saying this, let's suppose these 4 machines are there, right? These 4 machines are running, right? Now these 4 machines are running. These 4 machines can go and can be created here, right? Little point of time actually that there is a possibility that you can control it actually where exactly it will be get created, but by default it will be go on created any of the platform. Now let's suppose it got created on this one machine, right? So one machine have multiple tenants. When I'm saying a multiple tenants means there can be a multiple resources can be created on the same virtual machine, same physical machine actually. That's called multiple tenant, right? Multiple tenant. When I'm saying a multiple tenant, then only I'll be able to achieve that elasticity actually. Okay, so this is the how actually this is how multiple tenant. There is a possibility that you can go for the dedicated as well. when I'll go in AWS, I'll show you as well what exactly dedicated. Dedicated means I'll just cut this line. Okay, and I can control it, right? This machine will be get created here, and this guy will be created only here. Okay, so I can control it. I will say, okay, otherwise I'll say in another way, okay, I don't want to make a complication. I don't want to make a complication. Okay, and because my application is very sensitive, so make sure that the whatever machines I am creating, everything is being created on the same machine, same physical machine, right? Okay, so I will say all four should be created here, right? That's also possibility is there. So you have to choose dedicated. You have to choose the field dedicated. If you choose the dedicated, it means you're asking AWS to create it on the dedicated machine. Okay, so dedicated machine also can be given. Obviously, that will be coming with some extra charges. So dedicated and uh, multi-tenant, both the designs are there depending on you what you are going to use it actually. Okay. Hopefully it's clear. Okay. Now, availability and reliability. Next topic is I'm going to talk about is availability and reliability. Now, remember this is the second part of your characteristic. Okay, where we are. I'm trying to keep you remembering where we are. Here we go. Right. Okay, so elasticity we discussed. Sorry, scalability and elasticity, right? Now the second one which we are going to discuss is this. Okay, so we'll discuss about availability and reliability. We'll discuss about fault tolerance, system resilience, and system security. How these things, how if you implement all these things, how you can make sure, that availability and reliability is being achieved and increased, right? We'll focus there. Let's come again. Here we go. Right, so why is not going? Okay, so so before we come on the let's see hide. I'm thinking why it's not going hide. That's weird. Okay, might be it will go after some time. Okay, so availability and reliability, right? So ideally, when I'm saying ideally it says that data never lost and let me try to drag it somewhere so that Okay, so data never lost and machine never fails, right? Ideally, I'm saying, okay, but is it possible? Ideally, no, right? Data is tend to be, loose, right? And machine tend to be fails. That's very, easily I can say, right? Nobody can give a guarantee that the machine will never fail. Correct? Okay. So, but yeah, there is a big but actually. Okay. I can say that if I'll be utilizing some concept, okay, in cloud, if we utilize some concept, if we utilize some tricks, okay, so we can say that data will never be lost. Okay, so when I'm saying data will never lose means the possibility that they will say it's 90.9999%, right? It means that the almost sure that the data will never lose, right? But again, how you can achieve it? Okay, same way, why I'm saying machine will never fail. Okay, machine will fail, but we'll utilize some tricks. We'll utilize some tricks so that we can I'm sorry, we can hold it, right? We can make sure that the whatever the fails, even though the machine get fails, that impact will not be on us, right? Let's see how we can achieve. Sorry, annoying. Okay, so availability and reliability, right? Availability and reliability we are talking about. By using the concept of availability and reliability, we'll say that data will never be loose and machine will never be fail. Now, again, the question will be how we can implement those things. We are going to learn about it, right? We are going to talk about on that. Okay, so very first thing, let's understand availability and reliability. Again, the way I said for elasticity and scalability, that they are cousins. Similar way, these both concepts are also connected to each other. Okay, availability and reliability. Okay, so what exactly availability? So the degree to which a system, subsystem, or equivalent or equipment is in specific operable and committable state at the state of a mission when mission is called for an unknown time. Okay, again, it's very complicated, right? A simple term I would say, let's suppose I am making a time frame, right? 1 year as a time frame. Now, out of 1 year, how much time your system was down? Or maybe let's calculate a simple way, right? Let's suppose 10 hour is the timing window that I'm trying to calculate. Out of 10 hour, if your system was down for 1 hour, right? I'm repeating it again. Let's suppose 10 hour is the calculating period we have given, measurement period, I would say. Okay. Out of 10 hour, if your machine was down for 1 year, 1 hour, right? How much is your downtime? Or another way, if I'll ask, how much is your
uptime. So 90% would be your uptime and 10% is downtime. Am I correct? Simple, because 10 hour is the calculating hour you put, total 10 hour. Out of 10 hour, 1 hour your machine was down, right? So 90% time your machine was up and 10% was down. Okay, it means that the 90% is the uptime of that machine. Okay, so uptime means 90% time it was available. So availability will be 90% if your machine is down for 1 hour, right? Out of 10 hours. Now, what about if the machine was down for only for 1 minute? So now think about 10 hour is the total timing. Out of 10 hour, only 1 minute, right? 1 minute, your machine was down. So availability will be somewhere 99.99% or something more than that, right? And if I say that, okay, 1 second, only machine was down for 1 second out of 10 hours, right? Your availability will keep increasing, right? It can go to the 99.99999 something. Okay, so these availability are being calculated in the nines, terms of 9 that call 5, 9, 6, 9, 4, 9, like that. Okay, like 99.9. So whatever the number of 9, more number of 9s in the availability is more better, right? Whatever the maximum availability you can give your system, that will be always better, right? That's a availability. Now, reliability. What is the reliability? Reliability means the similar thing. Let's suppose 10 hour is the, I said that, okay, 10 hour is the measurement time I have given. So out of 10 hour, I said, okay, only 1 second my system was down. Okay, so fine. I have calculated my availability was 99.9999%, 59. Yeah. Okay. This availability, I'm calculating from, let's suppose, last 1 month. Okay. Every 10 hour, I'm keep calculating and I never get it more than 1 second downtime. Okay, it means your reliability is very good, right? Your reliability is very good. It means that the whatever the numbers I'm giving, okay, if I'm saying, okay, availability is 99.999%, 59, okay, then your reliability is very good, right? Because from last 1 month I'm keep on checking this records. I'm keep on checking this record and I can see it's very nice, right? So I can say
So
availability.
reliability is calculated by taking availability, no?
That's correct. That's correct. So that's why I said, right, both are connected to each other. If your availability will be better, okay, your reliability will be automatically better. Reliability means how you can reliable, how you are reliable, right? Now, how you can be reliable? If your availability, if I'm calculating your availability and it's keep giving me the same number and you're not deviating from your numbers, like if you're saying 99%, 999%, and if you keep giving from last 1 month, so I would say, right, you can rely, you're reliable, you're giving the similar performance from last 1 month, so reliability is very good, right? Francis?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now a very important question, how we can achieve it, right? Now availability and reliability, I said, okay, 99.999%. Okay, availability is good. Okay, and I'm maintaining it. Okay, I'm from last 1 month, 1 year, 2 year, I'm keep on maintaining the same availability. Okay, how I can achieve it? How I can achieve it? So I can achieve these things by implementing some of a tactics. Okay, some of the tactics we can utilize, and by utilizing the
practice, actually, we can we can implement it. Okay, we'll talk about those things. So fault tolerant system and system resilience, system security, these three things are there. By implementing these things, we can successfully implement it. Okay, we'll talk about one by one. That's very important. Remember, again, availability, reliability questions will be there for sure. They will ask you what is, the question will not be straightforward. They will ask you by twisting the questions. Okay, but they will definitely, the question will be there around availability and reliability, and how you can achieve it. That's more important, actually. Okay, now now how we can achieve it. Okay, availability and reliability. So we are going to discuss about it, the fault tolerance, system resilience, and system security. Okay, by implementing these things, we can achieve availability. Okay, so let's discuss the first thing, which is fault tolerance, right? So what exactly the fault tolerance first? Okay, so fault tolerance means, name itself suggests, you can see the name, right? Fault tolerance, two different things in there. Fault tolerance is the property that enables a system to continue operating properly in the event of failure of some of its component, right? It means that how you can make sure your system is fault tolerant. So fault tolerance is not only common for the IT. Now this is being increasing everywhere. Okay, so fault tolerance is being increasing now. Whatever system you are preparing, right? Whatever system you are preparing, you should always make sure that that's a fault tolerance. Fault tolerance means, if let's suppose your primary system which you have built in, that's not working somehow. Okay, what is the fault tolerance you have? How you can make sure, okay, that's the primary system which you have configured, it's not working. Okay, what solution you have? How you can implement it somewhere else? Okay, so for that purpose, so those things can be negotiated. Now a solution can be 100 different types. Okay, possible solution is many. Now how we can implement it, that we'll also discuss later. Right now it's just a concept that I'll just brief you. So fault tolerance, okay. How we can implement it, that's the matter, and I'll show you as well how we can make sure that if one system is down, then another one will be ready. Okay, so but these are the a backup plan, you can say. Okay, right now, like one example again, if I'll come on my laptop, right? So I have taken this training, I've started this training with you guys. Okay, my laptop is running. Okay, what about if there is a fault in my laptop? I need to send it to the service center. Yeah, do we have any fallback? Let's suppose I do have one more my laptop. So if this one got failed, immediately I would I'll pick that laptop. Okay, and from there I can continue my training, right? So it means that the whatever work that you are doing, right, it should be always fault tolerant. It should not happen that you say, oh no, this boss, this the system got down, I can't do anything. Yeah. Then you are not good in the cloud computing or anywhere in the field. Yeah, you should always have a backup plan. So that's called a fault tolerance actually. So you should always make sure that your system is fault tolerance. Okay, so no single point of failure, fault detection, and isolate into the failing component, fault containment to prevent propagation of the failure, availability of reversion modes. Okay, so these are the characteristics actually how you can implement fault tolerance. Now, one more thing. Remember, we are talking about again why I'm saying just keep adding. Just keep adding that the what exactly we are doing here, right? So we are talking about the the properties of a cloud, right? So elasticity and scalability we talk about. Second one we are talking about availability and reliability. Now, in availability and reliability, how you can increase it using fault tolerance. Fault tolerance, I just brief you, right? Now, fault tolerance also have some basic characteristic. So no single point of failure, fault detection means, right? It's a simple in terms as well. Okay, so there should not be a single point of failure. Yeah. Okay, I have given you an example of laptop. Yeah, if laptop got down, do I have any other option? Yeah, I do. Yeah, but what about if trainer got down? Okay, let's suppose I got some some medical issues or something. Okay, so in that case I might not be solution, I might not have the solution, but your institute will have some solution, right? They will have some different trainers and they can allocate them. Yeah, so it means that that's a concept, right? It's not only in IT where we are currently working, so everywhere fault tolerance works. Okay, isolated the failing components, that's very important. Then fault containment to the prevent propagation of failure, availability of the reversion modes. Okay, so all these things are there that you can that you can achieve, by which you can achieve the fault tolerance. It's 100% fault tolerance system cannot be built, I would say, but close to 100% you can make it. Single point of failure, that's the same thing it's showing, right? Broken means gone. Fault detection, same. All these things are coming in the fault tolerance itself. Same thing I talked to you, right? Single point of failure, fault detection and isolation. Okay, next one is the system resilience. System resilience is also similar way. Okay, how you resilient your system is, how you resilient your system is that in case of abnormal behavior of any resources, those things shall be ready. Okay, so resilience is the ability to provide and maintain acceptable level of service in face of fault and challenge to normal operation. Okay, so give me a moment. Okay, so system resilience means a simple way I'm saying, whatever is happening, right? Whatever is happening, make sure my application is run. There should not be any impact, right? How you can achieve it? That you can achieve with the implementation of multiple different skill set. different ideas, but always make sure your system is always available. Okay, that's how you can increase your availability and reliability. Let me just show you the another one. Okay, no worries. So there are different terms are there. There are different terms are there. By using you can implement the resilience. By using you can, like, the backup preparing. We will keep discussing these things. Okay, when we talk about AWS and all, we will keep talking about. We'll keep discussing these things. Security. Security is also one of very important term, right? Without security, you cannot make sure your system is available and your system is reliable, right? How you can say that your system is reliable? Only by maintaining the security. Because if security is not there, anybody can go in your system and hack it. That will not be a good scenario, right? You will be ending up in the trouble that your system got down or somebody hacked it or something happened, right? So system security is very important. How you are going to, so for system security as well, there is a big chapter in AWS introduction. We'll talk about how you can maintain the security, what all the things that you can do, right? How totally security is being managed, those we are going to talk about in the security section. Okay, now where we are, okay, so we talk about this one. We talk about this one. Okay, the next one we are going to talk about is manageability, interoperability. The next one we are going to talk about is manageability and interoperability. Okay, so what is the manageability? Simple. If I'll not go through the document, I don't want to go for the documentation actually. So manageability, the name itself suggests, right? Manage plus ability, right? The ability to manage. Okay, so why I'm saying that the ability to manage cloud computing is very high, because if you are already worked a bit on cloud, you know that everything is available via uh, everything is available via one console. Okay, if I talk about particularly AWS, one console is there. Using that one console, you can manage your entire cloud. Okay, and second one is interoperability. Okay, why I'm saying interoperability, because there are different resources are there inside of your cloud that can be connected to each other by using these things. Okay, interoperability is easy. Okay, so from one cloud, if you want to, let's suppose inside cloud itself, there is two different services are there. If they wants to talk, okay, it can be easily done via using interoperability. Okay, but again, one more thing will be coming. Okay, how we can achieve? Okay, how we can achieve it? Okay. So manageability and interoperability is done. Now, how we can achieve it? So for achieving it, if we want to achieve it, there are a few things that we have to do it is system monitoring, right? And the billing and etc. that we can keep an eye. Okay, so system monitoring. Okay, how we can, so you know that the monitoring is a key. Okay, monitoring is a key. If monitoring is available, you can easily detect, what is going on. You can easily detect what is going on and immediately you can fix it if the monitoring is available, right? So monitoring is very important. How you can, you can say that, okay, so my system, there is a fault in the system, I'll fix it. What you have to do to fix it, all these things you can do via uh, okay, all these things you can do via monitoring setup. Okay, so we'll talk about when we will be, discussing, there. Okay, we'll talk about the monitoring, how you can achieve the monitoring and all. But right now, just be aware. Now, again, I'm saying, there are different blocks are there, right? So before coming here, I was talking about AWS, right? Neither AWS, sorry, it's my fault. Okay, I am talking about cloud. Okay, so cloud properties and characteristics means why cloud, right? That answer we are trying to explore. So scalability, elasticity that we discussed first thing, then availability and reliability. That's second thing we discussed. In availability and reliability, there are three different things: fault tolerance, system resilience, and system security. Okay, these all three things we discussed. Then we are talking about manageability. Then we have discussed about this manageability and interoperability as well, right? Manageability and interoperability. Load balancing is not needed right now. Okay, load balancing is not needed right now. We will discuss about load balancing. There is a detailed section in there. Billing system also I'll not talk about right away. Okay, because I need to go through you to AWS. Okay, AWS portal itself. When we will start discussing about AWS, then we'll talk about all these things: job scheduling, load balancing, and etc. Okay, so now we have discussed about some characteristic. Now few benefits as well from the cloud computing we will be discussing. Okay, but before that, let's have a break again because it's almost 1 hour. Okay, let's have a break again and come back. Okay, then we'll try to start from the same time, same place. Okay, so let's have a 10-minute break, come back, and I'll grab my coffee and come back. Yeah, 10-minute break, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Hello everyone, I'm back with my coffee. One more, please. Let me know once you're back.
I'm back here. I'm not sure about everybody else now.
Thank
I'm
you.
back as well.
I'm here.
Okay, let's start then. Okay, so benefit of cloud we are going to talk about right now. We have covered these things. Okay, so from here, the first one is got covered, this one is got covered, this one got covered. These two things is a common performance optimizations and accessibility, portability, etc. These things I'll keep talking during the class, so that's why I'm not covered here. Okay, now let's focus on other things as well. Okay, so okay, these things just go through. I'll not go through here actually one by one. What is the benefit and etc. This is just a simple thing, right? So reducing how effectively you can use a cloud computing to reduce your computing power, right? How much the power. I think one of you have already briefed in the initially, right? How you can achieve power utilization, you can uh, decrease power utilization, you can decrease a lot of other benefits as well that can be implemented actually using these things. So the benefits I've just listed in these 3-4 uh, pages, so just go through. Okay, we'll come on the page number 44. Now here comes a two very critical topic that I'm going to talk about: service models and deployment model. Now, again, go back starting when from where I have started. What I said, we are going to get answer of three questions, right? Why? Why cloud computing? Okay, that's the first thing. Then how, right? How we are going to implement it? That's the second. Okay, so the first one we got to answer. I have tried to, I know that you guys have to go through the documentation. I'm not sure how much percentage you have got it, but I've just gone through. So just go through the documentation. If you've not gone through entirely, just note down the bullet points. This is going to help you in your examination for sure. I'm telling you. Okay. Now we'll try to get the answer of second question, how we are going to implement, right? So there is a concept of service models, okay, and the four deployment models. Service models and deployment model. These two things we are going to talk about. What is the service models and what are the deployment models? Okay, so now again, this one is also very important. The service model, this concept will be utilized everywhere and daily terms will be using. Okay, like today as well, when I was briefing, I told you, right, one of the application, Elasticsearch application was there, which we are planning to move from in-house to cloud. So there is a lot of questions was being asked by managers, so I have to tell him a lot of things, you know what service model that we are going to utilize. So this is very common. Okay, so just make sure that uh, you have gone through properly. Okay, so let's discuss discuss first service models. Okay, so okay, now we will give you 2-3, we'll try to correlate these things. We'll try to correlate these things with the a basic day-to-day working, right? The way we work, the way we are working, we'll try to correlate, right? Now, forget about cloud computing, forget about AWS for now. Okay. Now, let's think in a simple way. Okay. If we move to a new city, right? Let's suppose I got a new job and I don't know how much distance from Boston to New York. Okay, and I moved to I plan to move to New York. Yeah. Now, what options I have? Okay, what options I have and how I should start living there? How I should start living there? Those things I'm going to discuss first. Okay, and then we'll try to correlate it as well in the cloud computing or in the service model deployment, right? Now, one thing always remember, okay, one thing always remember what we are going to talk about. We are going to talk about okay. So what we are going to talk about, we are going to talk about a service model here. Okay. Sorry for the rough diagram here. Okay, so we are going to talk about a service model. Okay, now before that, before service model, okay, before service model, what exactly service model? I'll brief you. Okay, forget about service model and cloud computing. Think about it in a normal way, right? Normal, a person, think about for me as well. Let's suppose I'll give my example, right? So I belongs to India. Okay, I came to from India to London, right? Now, what options I do have in the London to live? Okay, and how I can start living? Okay, how I can start planning? There are a few options are there. We'll discuss on those things and we'll see which one is good for me, right? What is the basic good and bad thing about those options, right? Every time each option will have some good and bad things. Okay, but we have to see what is the best fit for us, right? So let's check it out. The very first one, build a new house. Okay, buy an empty house, live in a home, right? So roughly there must be, people can debate that there can be some other option. I can live with some friends, I can live somewhere else, right? But in a roughly way, these are the three options. We'll take it out. Okay, we'll take it out. So that if you're moving it to a new city, these are the three options are there that is in front of you. Okay, we'll talk about which one is can be picked up and on which ground. Okay, so first thing first, building a house. That's a big work, right? London city, a big one. No, I don't know anybody, and I've decided that I'll create my house. Okay, is it possible for me? Okay, so it depends on the circumstances of the person, right?
But in general case, it will not be possible. If somebody is coming from the outside, for them, immediately coming in a new city and building a house is not possible work, right? Even though it can possible, but you need a lot of resources, right? You need a lot of money, a lot of manpower you need, who can take over, a lot of time you need, right? To build these things. Okay, but what is the good thing? This is the permanent solution, right? If I'm building a house, it means I don't have to worry about it next 10, 20, or 50, or 30, 40 years, right? I can be easily live there. I don't have to worry about renting, etc. and etc. Right? It will be completely, it will be completely my control. Yeah, and how the architecture will looks like, what material that I'm going to utilize, entire thing is in our control, right? So these are the plus and minus. Depending on that, we can choose, right? So that's the first option. Now, what is the second one? Buy an empty house. Right? The second option is also available there, that I can just buy an empty house and customize it with whatever is needed, like bed, furnitures, etc. and etc. Whatever is needed that I can purchase, right? This one is also very good option, right? You cut down your resources. You have cut down your resources easily, okay? But what is the problem? The problem is basic architecture. The house is already built, right? The basic architecture you cannot change. Let's suppose I don't like that there is a room on beside this room there is a kitchen, on beside the kitchen there is a toilets. I don't like this concept. Yeah, I need some different way. The architecture I don't need. I don't like this. Then in that case, this option, the second option is not good for you, right? The first one will be best for you because you need everything as per your convenience, right? So these are the two options. First one was, remember, the first one was that I can start living I can start building a new house. That's the first one. Second one is buy an empty house, right? That's the second option. But some limitations are there, obviously. What about the third one? Living in a hotel. Go directly, live your life, right? This looks to be a very easy solution, right? Get the key, go in a hotel, and cheers. Yeah, but life is not so easy. Okay, money is the matter. Here, a lot of money you have to spend. Correct? So again, this cannot be a good solution if I'm looking for the long term. Let's suppose I'm looking for 1 year, right? This is not best solution. I cannot live in a hotel for 1 year or 2 year, 3 year. Right? Hotel is always for the short-term solution. So these are the three different types are there. Now let's suppose I am just traveling that city for a few days, right? Then obviously this first second is ruled out. There is obviously you're not going to build your house, right? If you're traveling for 10, 20 days. Or even though you're not going to purchase a house as well, even though if it is empty, right? Definitely you'll go in a hotel. So there is a three different conditions. All three different conditions are matching with your requirement, right? Same way, what we are going to discuss, same way we will discuss about the service models, and I'll try to correlate with them about these three examples that we have just learned. Okay, let's translate it to the cloud computing. Okay. So before I talk about a different type of service model, so it's my duty to brief you what exactly the service model is. Service model means when I'm saying, okay, I've decided, right? What we discuss about cloud computing, right? Properties, why we should use the cloud computing, what all the properties and characteristics and etc. is there. Now we have decided, okay, I'll go with the cloud computing. Yeah. The next question would be how, right? When I'm saying how, the answer is service models. Okay. Service models means what will be the service model? How exactly you want your cloud provider to serve you, right? I'm sorry. Check the name. What service models, right? What is the way of service you need? How you want to take the service? Okay, so that's called a service model. So if we are talking to AWS or any of the cloud provider and telling them that okay, this is the way how I want to take your service, right? That's called as a service model. Okay, now we have three different type of service model that we will correlate with our example. The very first one is infrastructure as service. This is very important name. I'm telling you, this will be utilized everywhere. Okay, infrastructure as a service. Okay, so what does it mean? Okay, now remember this one is exactly equal to build a new house, right? In build a new house, what is the challenge was there, that we have to build entire infrastructure. And remember, build a new house is always good, only good if we are planning for long term, right? It's not good solution for the short term plan. Okay, so what exactly the infrastructure as a service? Okay, so name itself suggests infrastructure as a service means AWS or any other cloud platform will provide you infrastructure as a service. They are giving you infrastructure as a service means infrastructure. When I'm talking about infrastructure means servers, database, uh, all these things. Okay, so everything will be worked as a infrastructure as service. Okay, so when I'm saying infrastructure as service, you can say you can rent some virtualized infrastructure and build up your own IT system among those resources, which may be fully controlled. Means I'm going to create that entire fully controlled IT system, which includes servers, uh, then databases, networks, everything. Okay, that's called infrastructure as service. Okay, the very first one is IaaS. Okay, second one is PaaS. Third one is SaaS.
Okay, so IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Okay, in IaaS, what is this in IaaS? So in IaaS, it's a fully controlled. Okay, it's a fully controlled infrastructure. I can create this entire stack by myself, and I'll be managing it. Okay, this one is platform. It's an infrastructure. It's a platform. It's a software as service. Okay, when I'm saying a platform as service, this one is managed service. Managed service means some part your cloud computing will be taking care. Okay, AWS will take care. Okay, some sort of work will be with you. We'll discuss in detail what exactly. And then this is the third one, which is the SaaS. SaaS means it's a fully controlled service. AWS will provide you. They will just give you the software, and that you can directly utilize it. You might be having confusion here, but if I'll give you the example, then it might be better for you. So now again, this one is build a new house. Build a new house. Okay, that's the first house. Second one is empty house. Right, empty house. And third one is hotel. Now, why I'm saying it, I'll discuss in detail as well. Now, building a new house, I'm saying infrastructure as service means the total infrastructure is in our control. The total infrastructure is in our control, and we can utilize this. We can utilize this infrastructure. Okay, we can utilize this infrastructure and create a full resources in those infrastructure. Right, that will be a fully managed. Okay, and this one is the first example which we have taken, a building a new home, right? New home and new house. Okay, second one is the platform as service, where the uh, half of the part is being managed by AWS and half of it is being managed by us as a customer. This one is exactly equal to empty house, which we have given, right? Empty house. Now here as well, because half of the part, the basic infrastructure is being managed by AWS, so you don't have control over there. So basic architecture you cannot change. You can use it. You can use your own furnitures and etc. there that you can utilize here as well. Okay, but you cannot change the basic architecture. Okay, that's how the second plan was also there, right? The third one is SaaS, where you don't have to worry about anything. Everything will be managed by AWS. Okay, the same way happening in hotel as well, right? So hotel as well, it's a totally managed by them. So totally managed by hotel people. You just have to go and use their service. That's it. Right? In the same way, SaaS as well. Okay. So in a SaaS as well, software as a service. So software is being managed by AWS provider or cloud provider. You just have to use it. Okay, so this is the three thing. We'll talk about one by one as well. Hopefully this correlation help you, right? Any doubt on this correlation thing? No? Okay, I'll take it no. Okay, so some of the services have been given there, that the in platform services, what services are there, and how you can manage like dynamic provisioning and etc. We'll talk about those.
one by one. Yeah, from here. So infrastructure as service, I have already briefed you the capability provided to the consumer is to provision processing, storage, networks, and other fundamental network resources where the consumer is able to deploy and run arbitrary software, which can include operating system and applicable applications. Okay, so in a simple terms, I would say that the okay, so whatever the infrastructure you're creating, if the baseline infrastructure you are creating and operating system and the infrastructure plus operating system as well you are managing, then it's a IaaS, right? It's a simple service, I would say, right? So EC2 is a AWS server, virtual machines are there. Okay, so if EC2 means the very basic you are creating, right? Very basic EC2 machine server you are creating. Even though the after creation of creation of server, you are responsible for the operating system. You are responsible for any patches that need to be deployed and all these things. Okay, if you are responsible, then it means that you're good. Okay, then it will be called as an infrastructure as service. Okay, so EC2 is one of the EC2 is a one of the same service, same virtual machine service. Okay, we'll talk about as well. There are some other examples as well. Just go through them. Okay, those are not directly related to the cloud. Okay, so infrastructure as service, right? If I'll talk about yeah. So in infrastructure as service, you can see here. So how how we are managing. So here you can see the operating system only till hypervisor AWS will manage. Okay, above that hypervisor, OS, application, virtual machine, everything is being managed by the us customer. Means we have decided, okay, we are preparing a house on base of AWS ground, so we'll be utilizing it fully. Okay, so we are creating this operating system, we are creating the application and VMs as well. Okay, so this is how the infrastructure as a service is being used. Now again, there are some terms condition, which condition you should be using. If you have some near long-term plan, at least, right? If you have the smaller plan, obviously there is no meaning to go on the infrastructure as a service. Again, what is the the benefit? What is the benefit? How so benefit is similar: manageability, interoperability, availability, reliability, scalability, and elasticity. Right? All these are benefit of all these are the benefit of infrastructure as service. I told you, right? Whenever you heard, just it's a similar, because service deployment you're doing in the cloud computing itself. So we talk about that in cloud, for cloud computing as well. These are the basic properties that any cloud computer should have, right? So those things, the similar property is inherited here as well.
Okay. So these are the networking concept. These are the virtualization concept that just go through a bit. What is the virtual machine? Anyway, I'll be covering it again. Virtual machine when we are talking about virtual machine. Anyway, I've just brief you, but just go through. I'll go in a AWS briefing of AWS. I'll brief you about. About the different services. When we'll talk about different services, I'll tell you how they correlate, how they are matching with the if I'm saying IAS, if I'm saying PAS, how we are saying. Okay, so that's the first one. Second one is the platform as service, right? So platform as a service, as I said, the baseline platform will be created by AWS. Will be just utilizing. Okay, now you can see here the computing resources, networking, and storage. Okay, these are the baseline anyway. In infrastructure as service as well, this baseline will be provided by your cloud provider. Okay, but this runtime environment where scalability is available, availability is available, how you increase and etc. For these purpose, you can use as a platform as service. Okay, so that can come and that can come and fix it. So basically what you have to do it, the baseline machine will be always available for you. You just have to come and start utilizing it. Simple. Okay, so runtime environment refers to collection of software services available, usually implemented by a collection of program libraries. Okay, so common properties in runtime environments: manageability and interoperability, performance and optimization, availability. Again, you can see the similar property is inherited here as well, because remember the similar property we talk about in cloud, right? So because that's directly connected, so same property is inherited here as well. Okay, so some service providers names are there. Okay, some examples I'll just show you so that you'll be okay. So let's discuss the third one as well, software as service. Then I'll tell you some examples. Okay, so the third one, service, software as service. Software as service, as I said, this one is can be directly utilized, right? Software as a service can be directly utilized. You don't have to do anything like hotel, right? In hotel, you just get the key, pay, enjoy your life. Yeah, same way here. Okay, so SaaS is there. Okay, so I told you, right? I was talking about the in my office today itself about Elasticsearch. Okay, so Elasticsearch is available in AWS as a software as a service. Software as a service means Elasticsearch as a software is already configured in AWS. I just have to go and use it. That's it. Okay, that's why it's called as a software as a service. But again, remember that the cost will be high. Okay, because they are providing you everything, right? Solution they are providing, the interface they are providing, platform they are providing. So obviously that will be bit costly, right? But again, if you're going for a few days, software as a service is very good example. Okay, so like one of the very famous example, Gmail. Okay, so Gmail, you can see, right? So Gmail we can directly utilize. I can go in browser, type www.gmail.com. My Gmail account will be open. It will ask me the login and password. Okay, if I logged in properly, my data will be there. My emails will be there that I can directly access, right? I don't need any, because that if Gmail is running, Gmail must be running on some of the servers in the backend, right? Some of the application must be running in the backend. Okay, so those things you don't have to worry about, right? That Google will take care. You just have to worry about your application, which is Gmail. Yeah. So but again, this will be costly affair. Okay, so you're not supposed to utilize, but it's not applicable for Gmail. I know that Gmail is free, but if we talk about cloud, the software as services are a bit costly. Okay, bit costly. So people are not going for the short term. Okay, so if you're going for short term, sorry, yeah, if you're going for short term only, then software as service is very good example. Obviously you cannot implement everywhere. Okay, the similar concept. Okay, so you can see here software as service, right? Doctors, some other people are just using it for some particular reason, just using it for some particular reason. And once it is done, then they're shutting it down. Okay, so that's a service, software as a service is very good example actually. Okay. Again, properties. Okay, the similar property will be applicable there as well. Okay, the same property which we talk about. Again, the similar thing I would revert that it will be it will be inherited. It will be the similar property will be inherited. Whatever the property will be there, whatever the property is there, that will be inherited, because it is also a feature. It is also a feature of the cloud computing. Yeah. So basic cloud computing feature is applicable here as well. Yeah, some regions where you should be using it. All these things have been given here. So general applications, I'll be giving you examples when I'll start talking about in AWS, where you should be using what exactly the examples, and what exactly the examples are there that can be considered as a uh, that can be considered as a software as service. So those things I'll be discussing. So some examples, Google Gmails are very good examples actually. Okay, that's a service model. 3 service models are there. Just remember. Okay, so all three service models are very important, okay, that we have to understand. Any questions around service models before I go to the deployment models? All good? Okay, that's fine. Let's move to deployment models. Okay. So in deployment models, actually, again, the similar kind of questions is coming here, that, how you are going to, how you are going to implement it, right? How you are going to implement. So first answer, I got it, first, answer, I already got it. But where exactly you'll implement, right? So I was taking the name of public cloud, private cloud, community cloud, and hybrid cloud as well. Okay, so sorry, I have taken the public and private cloud. I think two names I have taken at that point of time, right? So public cloud is majorly we are going to talk about whatever the features that we talk about. That's a public cloud itself. Okay, so why we are saying it's a deployment model? Okay, so deployment model means where we are going to deploy it actually. Okay, how how we are going to deploy, that's a service model that we already discussed. Where, right? So now if I'll answer you where, so you're going to get the answer of three things, right? So how, okay, sorry, why cloud computing? Okay, then why cloud computing, then how cloud computing, and the last one is where, right? So the very first thing, why, right? Why, then how, where. Okay, so here if I'll talk about why, you can answer as a properties and characteristic as well, right? How, if I talk about, you can answer as a service models. Okay, and where, if I'll ask, you can answer as a deployment model. Okay, so these are the three important terms that we are going to talk about, right? In service model, we have three different things: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, right? Infrastructure as service, platform as service, and software as service. Okay, in deployment model, we are going to have public cloud, private, hybrid. That's the three is major. One is one else, what was community is there. Community, we are hardly utilizing it. So focus on these things. Okay, so in total documentation, we have just tried to why cloud computing, right? So these three answers we have tried to search. Okay, now deployment models, where to deploy, right? in cloud as well, we have decided by properties, seeing the benefits, we have decided, okay, we'll go for the cloud computing, right? Now we have decided, okay, what the model I'm going to utilize, that I've also decided, okay, for me, it's a long-term plan, so I'll go for IAS, right? All these things I've decided. Now, where to deploy? Whether I should go for a public cloud, whether I should go for private, whether I should go for the hybrid. That's again a decision. So before taking a decision, you should understand, right? So when I'm saying a public cloud, right? So public cloud is nothing but, something which is available over internet. Okay, that's a public cloud. Okay, and the solutions are available as AWS, Azure, GCP, Google Cloud Platform. Okay, these are the available over internet. Obviously, there is security and all those things these companies are providing, but the fact is they are available over internet. Now, the second one is private. Okay, what this private cloud will provide, this is available over intranet. Okay, when I'm saying intranet means something which is available in your network itself. Your network means any customer is there in customer network itself, it is available, and they can still provide you some cloud feature. Okay, so that's called as a private cloud, right? So pivotal cloud foundry. Cloud foundry, this is one of the example. There are a few others are also available, but we'll talk about we are not going to talk about too much, but just be aware that the private cloud is something which is available, which is not available internet. Okay, you cannot connect them outside. So let's suppose somebody don't want to go for the public cloud. Some of the companies, like for us, banks are there, right? They are very particular about their data. They don't want to be their data to be exposed over internet. Okay, then they know, but still they want to utilize the feature of cloud. So what is the solution? So private cloud is one of the solutions. Okay, third one is still hybrid cloud. Okay, this one is available on both, means your some system will be available over internet and some system will be available over internet as well. Okay, so both combination that you can utilize means, let's suppose I'm saying, okay, so I want my development and etc. work as the public cloud, and rest of the work, let's keep it on the private cloud, right? So both things I can do. I don't want to expose that entirely, and I don't want to miss that opportunity as well to utilize it. Okay, so in that way you can we can utilize in this way. Okay, so hybrid, public, private, and hybrid cloud. This all things can be. Now, for answering where, I got these three solutions, right? Now I have to decide where I have to go, right? Like, for me, today, that's what, if you start working, these kind of questions will be coming in front of you very occasionally. Like today as well, when I was going for Elasticsearch, there was application was available, both where, it was available on the public cloud, it was available on the private cloud, both options were there. Okay, but I've decided for private cloud for today for Elasticsearch in my experience. Reason behind it, because there was a connectivity available from the private cloud to my my system section. If I go for the public, there are some certain additional steps I have to take it, right? So that's why. So it totally depends on your situation. Okay, all the options are there. Totally depends on the situation, how you want to go. Depending on that, you can choose, right? Community cloud is nothing but it's for some purpose. Some people are gathering and they are utilizing it for particular purpose. That's community cloud actually. You can see the public cloud characteristic almost similar. Okay, some sort of differences are there. So, but mostly cloud feature you'll be getting. Yeah, the public cloud will give you more feature, more cheaper options. Everything is there. But yeah, private cloud is also being utilized. So community cloud, the cloud infrastructure is shared by several organizations and supports a specific community that has shared concerns. Okay, mission, security requirements, policy, compliance, consideration, etc. Okay, so for any particular region, you can use this as a community. So community, I hardly see somewhere. Hybrid cloud, I have seen in some of the cases, if you're not using a public fully or private, you want to be completely. Like in my example as well, my current organization where I'm currently working, they're also working as a hybrid cloud. Okay, hybrid cloud is nothing but it's a combination of both. Any questions? Anyone? No?
Hey, a quick question. Do they like ever mix public cloud? Like, they put half things in
Yes,
AWS.
yes. That's
And they
very
do that,
common.
right? Very
That's
common.
very common these days. Actually, what happened earlier, this person was not there, Sunil, like 5-7 years back. If any company is implementing one cloud, they usually implement everything on one cloud, right? But because they also know, right? Now let's suppose they have a big bank is there. Okay, they have completely dependence on AWS. Okay, and what if AWS network got down tomorrow? Right? They are going to hit very badly. Okay, so now there is a feature called multi-cloud. Multi-cloud feature is there. So most of the big brand, if you go for the big brand, they will always have all the three clouds. Okay, and they have connectivity as well between them.
So when you build an app, you can have like one cloud do the authentication, like say single sign-on, right? And then you can go to another cloud and still carry your authentication with you, right? Because everything is secure now, right? All this cloud.
Yeah. There are a lot of the authentication and the communication channels are available actually. Using that, you can establish a communication. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So okay. So before we go on the AWS introduction, right? So I would like to have the prerequisite done. Okay. So I think most of the people have it, but that's fine. Okay, let's have a break as well. It's almost 1 hour. So have a break, 10 minutes, come back, and then I'll see some, there's some practice things which have been, if you have already, the prerequisites things is already done, fine. If you've not done, we'll try to do it. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. I'm back. Sorry guys, with delay. Let me know once you're ready. We'll start.
Yeah, hi Rahul, I'm back.
I'm here.
Thanks, Francis. Thanks, Sunil. Okay, so Nasima didn't get joined today. She joined, I believe there was some issue. Adel was there. Francis is here. Bernie also got joined. Alexander was not supposed to join. Okay, then that's fine. We have numbers. Only Nasima got some issue. Okay. So, okay. So what a prerequisite I'm talking about, right? So, okay. So when I'm saying a prerequisite, few things that I'm going to do it. If you guys already have it, then that's fine. So first of all, I believe so. How many of you are already registered with AWS? I think for Sunil, I know. Okay.
I am.
Francis is in. Bonnie might be already having it. Okay.
Yeah, I needed it for the other AWS class.
Okay. Yep. And Adel also did it for AWS, right? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Then means everyone is in. So in prerequisite document, actually, there are two, three things are there actually. One is, we need AWS management console. We need to get registered. If you are already in, fine. Okay, billing section, I'll just show you. Okay, that's the best practice I followed. I would suggest that you guys also should follow. And then we need putty. Okay, now for putty as well, if you have Apple laptop, if you're using Apple laptop and you have console, there is a Linux console. I believe you can get it from the from
Terminal.
yeah, terminal. Sorry, yeah, terminal. If you can get it from the
SSH.
yeah, then that's fine. Then if you have, that's fine. Otherwise, if you using Windows laptop like me, then you can use the putty. Putty you can download. I have given the link that you can download and keep it with you. Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to create a key pair as well. Okay. This one is something that the same key pair. It's not necessary that you have to create one. If you have already, just make sure you use it. But I always follow that whenever I'm going to create a new class, I'm going to start a new class, I always used to have a key pair, a new key pair, which I utilize throughout the class actually. Okay, so that's how it is. Okay, so let me just log in and show you two things. One is the billing quick way, and then I'll show you the key pair. Key pair also can be a quick forward. It's not something. Rest of the things is not needed for now. Okay. AWS CLI is not part of this class, but if you guys wants to know it, I'll cover it in some other day. Yeah. Okay. So let's jump on AWS. Okay. So AWS. Okay. So the very first thing, right? Billing is very important term. Okay. Now, why I'm saying, because the similar portal I'm going to utilize throughout my class. Okay. Similar AWS account, and you will be using yours one. Okay. So it's always best practice. It's always best practice that you should be using your billing daily whenever you logged in. Okay, the very first thing that you should be doing it, come in the bill section and see what's going on. Okay, so you can see here I have been billed. I have been billing happened 26 US dollar. Yeah, there was a reason behind it, because some services I forget to start, and it was keep on running I didn't shut it down, okay, for many days, okay, which was not free. Okay, so I'll keep, throughout the class, I'll keep informing you what is the chargeable, what is not chargeable. Believe me, throughout the class, okay, the charges will never go, above 10 US dollar. Even though if you follow exactly what I'm following, you don't have to follow the similar thing which I'm following, but if you exactly wants to follow, it is not going to, above 10 US dollars. And one good thing about AWS, they will give you $100 for the learners. So let's suppose, by mistake something, any month your charges got, 30 pounds or $30, $40, then you can ask them for concession. They will waive it off. Yeah, like 26, 27 dollar is there. If I'll request them, they will waive it off. But that's fine. This is my mistake. I know that I kept it running, so I'm not going to ask them. But yeah, that's how it is. Okay. So now, what you should do it actually. So if you come here in the billing preferences, right? Just always make sure put your email address here. Okay, what exactly it will do? Whenever your free tier is about to, utilize, right? If it is 100%, 70% is already utilized. Sorry, 70, 80% is already utilized. You'll be getting a email alert that your free tier is being utilized, and you can be charged, right? So you should be prepared in that way. So always just tick mark these two and update your email address here. The section is billing and billing preferences. Okay, I have given this documentation, and the documentation as well. I mentioned the similar things. So just make sure that this is done in your account as well, because this is the same one we are going to utilize throughout the class. Okay. Now next one is, I told you that will create a
My name
key
is
pair.
Bernard.
Sorry. Someone said something. Okay. So one more thing that we will do, the 5.0, the set preferences for billing section that we have done. Okay. One more thing is putty is not needed. Putty, I think I should already have. I also don't have putty. Okay. So I have just gone through a new laptop. Okay, that's fine. I'll do it so that you guys also should be aware if someone wants to download it. Okay, so here is the location. So 0.7 is the latest. Okay, so if you click on the download, go for binary. Okay, so that basically you can go for MSI as well, but you have to install it. So it's a very light application. We don't need installation and all. So just straight away go for this 64-bit. Okay. If you open it, it will open like, looks like this. Okay. That's it. The download is done. Third thing that I would like to do it from here, that 7th is key pair. I want to just generate a key pair, that the same key pair I'll be utilizing, right, throughout the class. So now how you can create the key pairs? Simple, right? I think most of you might be aware already. Go in EC2 section. Okay, one more thing. If you want to make a, let's suppose, hold on. Okay, if I want to go for, let's suppose, EC2, and I want to make a shortcut, yeah. So if you want to make it shortcut, you can make this way. Okay, so there is a star button. If you click on that, there is a shortcut will be get created. Okay, any of the service, if you want to make it, that's the way. So if I'll click here, go back there, and I need one key pair. Yeah. So do we have any key pair already? I think something is already there. Okay, so I'm going to create a new key pair that I'll be utilizing throughout the class. Yeah. So I will say it AWS 10. Okay, and I will create, I will delete any old one so that there should not be any confusion. Okay, so I have my new one. Just copy this one, the the key which will get downloaded. Just okay. So this is the same key pair I'm going to utilize throughout my class. Okay, so that's it. I think prerequisite is done. This is the okay. So these are the basic requirements that you should have, so that if you create your EC2 machine, you are able to let me just delete everything. Whatever is running, I'll just terminate everything so that I can do it for fresh for you. Okay, so one which is very important thing here is okay. So there is an environment setup, right? That's a very important thing actually. That very important thing that you should do it. I know that there are a lot of things which is new for you, okay, which must be new for you, but this one is very important for you. Okay, because what will happen, the similar environment we are going to utilize in this class. Actually, next 10 days we will be utilizing the same environment. Okay, so I would suggest that everyone should do it. Everyone should do it, so that when you create your first instance, right, you should be able to connect it. You should be able to connect it. Now, one more thing, I'm cleaning everything in my account so that I can show you fresh. But it doesn't mean that if you have some environment, you can still running parallelly. You can just keep remembering the name and follow the name patterns that I'm following here, an IP address. Hopefully that will not be classing. If any of yours one is already have the similar kind of setup, if someone is coming from like Adel is just coming from the uh, solution architect. Okay, so in solution architect, the similar documentation is there. So in solution architect, similar IP and similar will be there. So you don't have to worry about it. Your environment will be already set up. If you're not coming from a solution architect class, then you have to set up it fresh. Okay. So I think let me just show you what exactly I'm trying to do. Okay, let me just give me 2 minutes. I'll just clean up everything. I'll just delete whatever I have here. So that it will be fresh. Okay, now this is the default one. So if you go in yours one, this will be for yours one as well. Okay, so now what we are going to do it. Okay, let me just open this document. Lab. So prerequisite is done. In prerequisite, you do because registration you already have, right? So there are only few things you have to do it. Now this lab environment setup, right? This is very important. I'm again telling you because the similar one we are going to use throughout the class. So please make sure either you do it right away, either if you want to do it after class, but make sure you do it. Okay. Even though if you face issues during the night, let's suppose you want to give a try in the night or tomorrow morning before class, give a try. Okay. And if somehow it's not working, uh, tomorrow morning in the class in the morning time, I'll ready to help, ready to extend my support. Okay, but I'll show you. Okay, so basically what we are going to achieve fully. Okay, this one actually you might not be 100% confident right away. This document. Give me a moment. What is happening? Oh, this automatic clip is working. Okay, something is weird behaving. Okay, so that's fine. I'll focus here. Okay, so I was talking about this document actually. So what we are, we are going to focus here in this documentation. Okay, so we'll be seeing this, we'll be seeing this one is we are going to complete actually. So one VPC will create. Okay, if you are not aware about all these concepts, right? VPC, route table, internet gateway, okay, subnet, all these things, don't be worried about it. Okay, as I said, we are going to discuss about all these things in detail, well in detail. Okay, right now we are focusing, right now we are, why we are doing it right now initially, so that you can have you can have this visibility. And if I create one instance here, if I create one instance here, I should be able to create, I should be able to connect my system. Okay, so basically this entire setup, right, all these internet gateway, route table, etc., etc., all these things I'm going to create it now. Okay, so that my environment will be set up. So using this environment, I can I can complete my I can create my instance. If this environment is not there, I will not be able to create my instances, and neither I'll be able to connect, right? So if I have to create my computer, create my virtual machine inside, and I want to connect it from outside, this setup is very much needed. Okay, and this is the backbone actually. Okay, so I'll just show you. For now, you can just focus what we are doing, what I'm doing. You can just follow, make sure it works. Okay, I will talk about in depth when I'll be talking about networking. There is a networking chapter down the line, in maybe second or third day, when we'll talk about networking concept. That point of time, I'll brief you this design document. Okay, and then might be you'll be in better situation to understand how this networking works. But right now, just follow and complete it. Yeah. So what we are going to have it. Let's follow the document. So the document says, create your VPC. Okay, the very first thing, right? Creation of your VPC, and the VPC name would be VPC1. IP sided block will be this IP, right? Let's create this one. How you can create, navigate to the VPC dashboard, click on your VPC, everything I have listed down here, right? Now, as I said, you have two options. Either you can do it right away with me, right? And either you can do it after the class. Okay, and if you face issues in the evening, fine. Tomorrow morning, I'll take the questions. Okay, so let's try doing it. So the very first thing is creation of VPC, right? So for that, you just have to search for VPC. Okay, if you search for VPC, you can make this kind of shortcuts as well, of favorites, you can say. So if you click on that VPC, okay, there is a term called your VPC. Click on that your VPC. Again, everything is documented here. Sometime you'll feel that the snapshots are older. So snapshot I'm keep on updating, but there is AWS is always coming with some new changes. Every 1 month, if you go in AWS, there is something will be get changed. Okay, so if you realize somewhere that the snapshots are older and you're not able to recognize, just let me know so that I'll update the documentation as well, just in case if I missed it. Okay, so go in your VPC, create VPC, and give this cider block. Okay, let's do that. Create VPC, give name VPC1. You can follow the same one which I'm doing. Otherwise, you can give yours one as well. Only problem is if you're giving yours one, just make sure, because there are a lot of places I'll be using. Okay, so if you use the mine's one, it will be better. Otherwise, you have to change everywhere, and if some of the places it's not working, then you'll be struggling, right? Okay, put the cider block, the one that I have given to you. Okay, now here you can see, remember we talk about multi-tenant architecture, right? I was talking to you, I was briefing you, right? So I told you that there is an option for dedicated as well. So if I choose here dedicated, there is a possibility I can have the dedicated tenancy as well, but I don't need it, right? If it is a particular bank or something very sensitive data, I can choose the dedicated as well. I don't need it. Okay, I'll say create VPC. Simple, job done. Yeah. So VPC creation is so simple. It's just you give your cider block. Don't worry about it if you're not aware about cider block. What is this? I'll brief you all these things. Okay, in the networking concept. Right now, just follow and make it done. That's the first thing. I'm following the document in front of you so that you'll be aware what need to be done. Okay. Then another one is we have to create the subnet. Two different subnet we have to create. One is the public and another one is the private subnet. Yeah. So let's create a subnet. Again, just below to your VPC, there is a subnet section. Come here in the subnet. Some default subnet will be always there. Leave it. Okay. So when you are creating your subnet, the very first thing is you have to create your VPC. Okay. So sorry, not create. You have to select your VPC. Okay. So the VPC that we have just created, right? It's a VPC1. Just choose that one. Okay. So here you have to give the name public. Availability zone, I'm just choosing the first one. Okay, so in yours one, because it's a bit different for me. Remember, I'm in the Mumbai region, right? The default one, I've chosen the Mumbai region. Depending on your region, the number of availability zone will be coming, but just pick one. Anyone is fine. Okay, and then give this cider block. Just choose this. I think just job done. Okay, so that's one done. Public. I will create one more, which is the private. This one will be also, I have to choose the same VPC. Okay, we'll give name as private. Same availability zone I have chosen. And private, there is a different IP address. Only you can see there is a difference in the IP address. In private, it will be 172.16.2.0. Right? Here you can see. Just choose this. Okay, rest of the things are same. Okay, so both the subnet got created, private and public. Okay, now there are a few more things need to be created. The third step is you have to create your internet gateway and connect it to the VPC. Okay, so let's do that one as well. Internet gateway. Okay, there will be some default internet gateway. Let it be. I'll create mine's one. Give IGW. I'm just following the similar nomenclature which I have given here. You can see the name, right? I'm giving IGW. Yeah, the same names I can give here as well. I'll say create. Yeah, and the very important one is we have to attach to the VPC. Now there is two way. So once you create, immediately it will ask you to attach. Otherwise, even though if you cancel this one, doesn't matter. there is an action and you can go and attach the VPC, right? So I'll click directly attach to VPC. Here it will ask you what VPC. So the same VPC which we have created. Everywhere we have to choose the same VPC. Okay. And I'll say attach. That's it. VPC, okay. This internet gateway, the third step is also done. Then we'll come in the fourth step, which is the create route table and associate with the right subnet. Okay. So this work is also need to be done. Let's go. Let's focus. I think that's the last one. Yep. Let's create a route table and attach it to the VPC. So how you can go in a route table, again, everything is here itself. You don't have to go anywhere. So VPC, subnet, route table, and internet gateway. Yeah. So go in route table. Some route table will be always there. Create a new route table. I'll utilize the same name. That's called public RT. Public RT means route table. Okay. Again, it will ask you to choose your VPC. I have chosen that. Create. Yeah. Now, it's not only creation, right? You have to add this route as well. Okay. Now, remember, this one is going to your internet gateway. This is very important that you need to understand because generally mistakes happen here. There is a default route 000 means all the traffic you're sending to the internet gateway. Don't worry about it. If you're not able to understand, I told you again, just follow along. Okay. So this one, you have to make sure how you can do that. So it says that once it is created, click on edit route, right? So here it is, edit route, right? Click on this, okay? And add one route. This is very important actually. Okay, so let's add one route here. This route need to be added 000, and it will go to the internet gateway. See, I have mentioned here, right? It is going to the internet gateway. How you can add it? Click add, say 0, the very first one, 000, and it will go to the internet gateway, right? How I can choose? If you click here just one time, internet gateway option will be coming. Click on this and click on internet gateway. Yeah. If you click this, save it. Yep, that's done. The similar internet, similar, the yeah, that's got added. Okay. Now the last step that we have to follow is a subnet association. We have to do it. Okay. So route table is done. If you click on this subnet association, we have click on this edit subnet association and just choose the public one. That's it. And save associations. Okay. Now it's all good. All the settings have been done. Now, why I have asked you to do all these settings? Because if you have done these setups properly, the same setup I'm going to use for throughout the class. And if I create one EC2 instance here right away, okay, ideally I should be able to connect it, right? If due to any reason I'm not able to connect it, means there is some problem. Yeah, that we need to sort out. But ideally, we should be able to connect it at this point of time. Okay, so I'm not creating any instance right away. Tomorrow when I'll talk about the basics of AWS. Okay, that point of time I'll create a EC2 instance and show you how exactly you can connect, what different aspects are there. Okay, so you guys might be already aware that how to create EC2 instance, and but as I said, right, So the class is for, there's a different people at the different levels are there. So we have to cover everything. Okay. Anyone, any question till now? Okay, I'll take it. No, I think Bernie have already left it. Okay. He need to go somewhere early. Okay, so that's fine. I think let's wrap up for the day. Okay, and tomorrow we are going to cover two things. Okay, so just make sure this prerequisite is done so that we can do some practice tomorrow. Okay, so AWS introduction I'm going to cover, and then what is left out from the day one, obviously, and then from the day two I'll be covering few things, which is what DevOps is, right? What is introduction of DevOps, how we are using security, then some labs are also there, some Linux fundamentals, etc. Those things we'll try to cover it tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Any questions before wrapping for the day?
No,
No questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Errol. Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Sunil. Bye-bye.
thank you. Have a good day. Have a good night.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.